Okay, hi everybody. Welcome back to day number two of the hackathon for Stable Diffusion. I'm super excited to have a friend here today, Nino Höglund, who has an amazing track record as a designer and also a company builder for a very long time now. Most recently founded a company called Steep, which is one of the hidden gems here in the Nordics. Before that, he has also been the chief design officer at iSettle, which is a Nordic unicorn, as well as head of design at PayPal. Isn't that right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so amazing track record, amazing experience, and I have some inside information on what you're building, and I know for a fact that it's awesome. And I'm super happy, excited to be able to host you here today, and have a little bit of a chat and pick your brains on a couple of things, which I think that a lot of our audience will enjoy. It just for reference, I think we have something like 740 people signed up now for the event, so quite a wide audience, which is awesome to see. And hope that you have also got the chance to be able to start building things, the community guys. And yeah, as always, if there's something we can help with, and reach out. But with that, let's refocus on you, Nino. Super happy to have you here.
glad to be here.
Yeah. Well, it would be interesting to hear a little bit about your background story and who are you basically?
Sure. So I'm from Stockholm, Sweden. I'm a designer. Been a designer for the last 25 years. Come from a fairly technical background. I started out on the Amiga back in the early 90s and did a lot of tried to make games and even tried to create some kind of AI natural language model, but I was 14 and stupid, so it didn't really pan out. But I had dreams. But I got into pixel art and then into design and on that kind of route. I am coming from a family of artists mainly, and my dad owns a small theater company. My brother is a dancer. My mother makes children's books. So I'm even though I'm a designer, I'm considered the guy who works with computers in my family. Basically, that's that's me. I've been yeah. My professional career is mainly in digital design, but I've dabbled in book design and typeface design and stuff like that.
That's super interesting. I can definitely relate to the guy with the computers and the family. It seems like when you talk to a lot of these guys in this community, I think most people could relate to that. So definitely interesting. But tell us a little bit. How did you get into design? I know that worked at a lot of big companies. How did that all start?
Um, I think it started as I just had a really big interest for the visual and whether that was pixel graphics or in school it was kind of I got to try out graphic design and some of that. I tried to remember how I actually got into it kind of professionally, but I think it's all a blur because it's I worked at it so much on my spare time and I did so many projects on my own, and then I started to get some foots into some doors, and I got into a magazine publisher where I got to scan a lot of images and retouch them in Photoshop. So that was my first kind of way in, and then they had it was 96, I think 97. So I thought, maybe they should have a website. That's a new thing, right? So I started working with that, and then I think from that was where I got into one of the big consultancy companies in Sweden, Icon Media Lab at the time, which was my school basically. I dropped out of school for the scanning pictures job. Smart move. But I was super tired of school, and it didn't really. I didn't really connect with that, so I was eager to learn, and at Icon Media Lab in the late 90s, that was kind of it was in Equalizer. Everyone was at the basically the same level. No one knew how to make websites or anything like that. It hadn't been done before, so we had to figure it out as we went along. And I worked with some really amazing people who had a lot of education, fancy educations, and I worked with some people who had none, and we were kind of, it was an equal playing field, and it was a really creative and fun time. So that was how I got into the whole thing, and that was my school basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that there are certain similarities between how you, built the website, built basic websites and worked with design back in when the internet was basically new, as it relates to how people use AI today, because it's basically the Wild West, right? People are just trying to figure out things and build things. And how did you get into that context? Because you know that you were an early part of iSettle, right? How did that happen?
So I really love new things. Basically, I love new ideas and new sort of movements. So I got, in maybe, I think it was 2008, I guess, when Apple released SDKs for the iPhone. I was so tired of the web, so I was like, this is where it's heading, and I felt that Amiga connection almost, like we can be a small studio with 3 people and make a game or an app or something, and so I got really excited about that. And we had a lot of stuff to do. It was a lot of customers or clients, and after a couple of years, in late 2009, I think, Jacob, and who's the founder of iSettle and the CPO of the time at the time, Peder, came by our office and pitched iSettle basically, and so we started making some UI and their app basically, and then after a year, they basically absorbed my small company into iSettle, and it became the kind of app and design team basically. So that's how I got started at iSettle, and it was a proper startup. We were just a few people, and we had to do everything basically. So that was the start of it.
And then a couple of years back now, iSettle got acquired by PayPal, right? What was that like? That must have been quite a transition.
Yes, and there was. I worked with iSettle in different shapes and forms for 10 years almost, and I think PayPal came in the last quarter of that time. So we already went through a long journey from a small startup where everyone just pitched in whatever way they could, to this really professional run company with a big team and a big design team at that. I think I had a team of 60 designers and user researchers at the end of that journey. I think what happened was with PayPal was that it was a plunge into the kind of big American corporation culture, working culture, and that didn't really. I stayed for a while. I learned a lot from that. I think I thought at it as a new experience. I met a lot of really smart people, but ultimately it wasn't for me. I think I like building things, and I like smaller contexts, and I'm not a huge fan of politics and navigating that.
Mm-hmm. And now you're back to building again, which takes us to Steep, right? Can you tell us just a little bit, what is Steep?
So Steep is an analytics tool, and this is something of a theme in my career. I think I like to take hard and complex and maybe a bit boring things and make them accessible, and try to make them as easy to use as possible, and accessible to anyone basically. So data has been this field where we've been collecting data for the last 10 or 20 years, and we have a lot of it now, frankly, and it's easier than ever to accumulate a lot of data in your company and organization, whatever it is. But actually understanding it and getting insights out of it, it's something that you had to really rely on experts for, and I think it doesn't have to be that complicated actually. And then I met up with Johan, who was the analytics lead at Spotify, and I settled for a while, and then Kry. And he had a similar idea coming from his perspective. So I got really hooked on that idea that let's make something really accessible and simple out of this that anyone in the organization can use to understand what, how are we doing, where are we heading, and just make it like any other workplace tool basically that you're using.
Mm-hmm. And you've been working on this for about a year now, right? How far along are you?
So we started sketching it out late last year, and we hired our first engineer in January, and we released actually we did our public release in early October. So basically 9 months of work. So we decided to launch early and learn from that. So that, I think that's an extremely sort of fun way of doing it, and just build it together with our users, and building the smallest, sort of the thinnest possible slice, so we can actually move fast and just yeah. So that's where we are right now. So we're post launch, and just trying to listen to all the feedback and all the feedback that we get basically.
That's super interesting, and it brings me to a tangent question, right? And that's like, how do you know a good design is, and how do you make things accessible like that? How do you think about it?
Yeah, so I think good design is a very sort of personal thing, and it's I think it's, I mean, you asked me what I think, and this, I just wanted to have that asterisk at the top of that this is just me. I think everyone has their own view on this, but for me it needs to have a purpose. It needs to have a super clear purpose. I can't work in advertising, for example, because I don't believe in the purpose. I don't believe in a client's desire to sell their stuff. So for me, it needs to have a purpose, and it needs to be something that I can connect with. And the way I approach it is problem solving, basically. I'm not, after 25 years, you're less into kind of, anyone can make a UI that looks good, but it's harder to make something that really is sort of intuitively connects with you, and that you can kind of learn and understand. So I think that's the really hard problem, and for that to work, you have to, I think, invest completely in it. You have to kind of sort of dive into the world that you're designing for, and you have to know the medium. When I'm designing a book, my first book that I designed was pretty crap, because I didn't know enough about paper and enough about typography, frankly, and color reproduction and stuff. And I've been working it with that through my career, but it was just another level of that. And I think in the same way, when you're working with products of this kind, you have to know your tech. You have to know how this actually fits together and work with the technicians. You have to work together with the users. So kind of, I think design traditionally has been a bit more sort of standing on the sidelines and kind of telling everyone what to do. And I think the new way of doing, of a great design, I think is much more immersed and much more collaborative, frankly. And I think that's where the really good stuff happens when you do that.
Mm-hmm. You sort of tangentially approach design thinking, right? Like, think about it from a point of view that makes people be able to access and use the things that you're actually building. But like, when you started Steep, for instance, what was the process like? Like, how do you get from doing that first napkin sketch to where you are now? Like, how did that all came together?
So it might sound easy, but basically, I think we just try to put ourselves into the shoes of the users that we envisioned. I think that so the first thing is that you have to kind of define or play around with and workshop, who are we actually targeting with this? What kind of problems are we solving? And why? And so it was a lot of philosophical discussions first, and kind of and what I think what made it easy for us was that we could actually put on the hats of two of the most important kind of users or user types of the product. So Johan is the analyst expert. So he and I'm the person in the leadership team, for example, which I have experience of, and someone who did not have an extensive knowledge of data analytics and statistics and all that stuff that Johan has. So for us, it was easy to just take those roles and play those roles and see what would make this dynamic between us kind of spark and look at the tools out there. Of course, a bunch of research, look at what is not working right now and what tools do we love to use and all that stuff. So first, when we gather all that kind of input and all that inspiration and stuff, then it was pretty easy, I think, to just say, let's solve this problem and let's solve that problem. And of course that changes over time, but at least it's kind of stick in the ground, like this is what we want to solve, and this is what we believe is important, and that changes over time. That's also important to realize that you don't know what you don't know. So small steps and reevaluate, small steps and reevaluate.
Yeah, I can definitely relate to that. When I did my first company, we essentially tried to build hardware, so super weird stuff, right? We basically carved it out in cardboard and walked around to our potential users and asked them for feedback, like how would you interact with us? Like, what would you press? It's kind of a fun exercise, and I think that sort of the gap. It's the gap now is that you can create a lot more nicer looking in just a very using simple tools online, which is super awesome to see. And we've also seen that sort of through the community, right? But it brings me into the question of AI. Like, what do you think about AI in design? And like, since we're doing Stable Diffusion Hackathon here, any insight into that?
So AI, as I mentioned, I've been kind of interested in this since I was 14, and I think like a lot of people here, I imagine, got a lot of inspiration from sci-fi and all these kind of grand ideas. And then what I realized throughout the years is that a lot of these sort of sci-fi grand visions, when we actually look where they actually land in society, is pretty banal. It's pretty boring, right? So we imagine like these AI friends, and we get support bots or that we get annoyed at, or we imagine sentient beings, but instead we get these kind of Twitter bots and whatnot. So I think that whatever we can imagine and whatever we build, it kind of filters down through actual people and the capitalist society we live in, etc., etc. So I think that's for me, that boils it down to I like the boring. It's what I'm trying to say. I like the kind of the banal, and I think that's also kind of a way of looking at the future, which is kind of, yes, we should look at the big grand things, but also how can we use it now, and what's the kind of how can we make it purposeful? So I look at AI as a tool, as any other tool, and it requires someone who is skilled with the tool, and it requires better tools. It requires that the tools themselves become better. I think right now, and I have to say I'm not an expert in this at all, but I use it I use AI. I use Stable Diffusion, for example, for very boring things like I needed an illustration with a bunch of people, faces, and it's like, yeah, let's not use real faces. Let's get some fake faces in there, so no one will be upset or whatever. And so for me as a designer, that's the kind of stuff that I think I can use it for now. I think it's not the tool is the tools are exciting. They're not good enough for me to use in a much more elaborate way than that. Or I haven't thought about of uses yet. I think they will be become better and better, and but I think it's still tools. So I think we can use it for really cool purposes. But I think it's sometimes it's hard to predict where it's actually going to land. So that's
definitely. Have you had a chance to play around with some of the other tools like DALL-E from OpenAI?
Yeah, and I made me and my kids had a blast doing. I made it create a Hitler as a cute manga girl, and we had a blast. No, but I think it's fun. I think the artists right now are probably the ones who get the most out of this, and I think it's just because I think the artists are first in any new tech and kind of explore it and see where can we take this, how can we take it to the absolute, push it to the limits, and then it's like boring people like me. It's like, so how can I use this in my day-to-day work? So there's a gap between that. But I haven't used DALL-E that much, but Stable Diffusion locally on my Mac.
But we're trying to figure out ways where you can interact speech to text, text to context, and then to DALL-E or to Stable Diffusion to subsidize for some of the things you do with Photoshop, for instance, and Canva. But I agree, we haven't really got to that point where it's become mainstream, but it's certainly happening, and it's happening faster and faster. So it's a lot better than last year when we tried doing a cat with. It was Midjourney actually about a year ago. The cat looked terrible, and now you can basically do super crazy things. We have it in Lab. So if you want to try it out, it's under Imagine. Cool. So yeah, it works pretty well. It's not as good as Stable Diffusion yet, but it's pretty good.
But coming from Photoshop, working all day every day in Photoshop, I think that a lot of stuff is happening there that is pretty cool from that point of view. Just I think it's more about maybe not creating stuff out of thin air, or I know it's not, but more like I have this image, this base image, and I want to enhance it. I want to make it better in different ways. Let's make this guy over here smile. Let's change this, that. I think that will be and I think Adobe is working on some things, but it's probably not fast enough. But I think there's going to be a lot of tools like that are going to be pretty standard for designers like me in the future, for sure.
Yeah, and so like if we move into the perspective of the guys that are listening in and girls today, they're really trying to figure out what they should build, right? And what would your best piece of advice when it comes to design and sort of think about problems in this space with AI be from you? Like, what's your perspective on that?
I think probably the thing that has helped me the most, looking back, is trying to always sort of broaden your perspective, so and look in unexpected places for that. I think just getting out of our regular sort of filter bubbles and echo chambers and just circles and dare to venture out of that has helped me a lot, I think, and getting inspiration and getting a new kind of just zoom out and see what are we. I think one thing that I've been doing throughout my career is like I need to remind me sometimes, because I get too kind of involved in this, is like it's just a website, it's just an app, no one's gonna it's not life and death, and I think that perspective has helped me a lot, I think, and made me a better designer. So just go out, into nature, meet new people, go travel to new places, read books, look at art. I think that's just do other things. I think that would be my and learn new things. My advice.
I think that definitely the cross collaboration and pollination between different fields is super interesting. And just resorting back to the point that you made earlier, banal stuff is kind of interesting, right? Because it's where you actually get the delta value from doing interesting things that people actually use. So yeah, certainly I'm gonna try to get out of my own filter bubble for a little while after this.
Oh, and I think this field is incredibly exciting, and I think there's going to be a lot of cool stuff. I'm looking forward to some of the tools that I'll be able to use, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully, you can find some of the prototypes on our website later and just try it out, see what we came up with. But thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today, Nino, and really appreciate it. I know a lot of the people here in our community also appreciate it. So big thank you to you.
Thank you.
And we'll provide the link to Steep in the chat so people can check it out and try it and see if they need help with the data analytics part of it. And you can probably see some of Nino's design thoughts in there as well. So we'll make sure to share that after the session. Thank you so much, and keep on working on those things, guys. We'll make sure we'll start to do our auditing tomorrow to check who's the winner is, and we really want to be dazzled with your ingenuity here. So keep at it. So thank you so much, and get back to work.
Okay, thanks everyone. Cheers.
Hello everyone, welcome to my yoga break now. Let's warm our body. We will have a short yoga break, yoga exercises for our back, shoulders especially. Okay, so let's start from our head. Make a slowly movement with your head in the one way and slowly to the other way. And here, take a deep breath. Inhale with your nose. Exhale with your mouth. And again, both of your arms up. Slowly release. And again, inhale. And exhale. Let's stretch one side of our body and slowly the other side. Very nice. Look to the right, look to the left. Great. With the next inhale, go to your table pose. Good. And from this, the child pose. Stay here for a moment and take a deep breath. From child pose, slowly move to the cobra pose. And here, bend your elbow, look straight, and slowly release. Again, to the cobra, inhale, exhale, inhale, and exhale. Inhale, exhale. With the next inhalation, move to the child pose again. Then table pose. Here, a few exercises for our back. Head pose, and then cow pose, again cat pose, cow pose, cat pose, cow pose. Slowly release. Rise your left or right arm up. Stay here for a moment. And change the side. Again. And again. Child's pose. And from child position again to cobra. And from cobra to upward facing dog. Prepare your toes. And we are moving to our downward facing dog. Bend your knees and stay here for a few deep breaths. From down dog, go to the desk position, and again down dog, and desk position, and down dog, and desk position, and down dog, desk position. Really nice. The last one. Put your knees to the mat and child pose again. From child pose, slowly release. Come up. Okay. Relax your shoulder, roll back. Okay. Again, roll. Again. Good. The last one. Very nice. Okay. Put both of your arms behind your head and slowly bend your spine. Bend neck. Relax for the moment. Take a deep breath. Slowly roll up your back. Again, and to the down, and up, down, inhale up, exhale down, and inhale, and exhale. Really nice. With your arms, go to the top of your mat, cobra, and then upward facing dog. Prepare your toes again, and we are going to downward facing dog. Let's walk a little bit in our dog. Here, take a few deep breaths. And with the next inhale, rise your right leg up and put it between your palms. Stay here for a moment, take a deep breath, and rise both of your arms up. Slowly release. Inhale. Go back to the downward facing dog. Let's walk a little bit again. With your next inhale, rise your left leg up. Put it between your palms. Take a deep breath. And rise both of your arms up. Palms to the mat. And go back to the downward facing dog. Both of knees to the mat. And slowly go to the child pose. With your next inhale, slowly come to the sit position. Relax your shoulder. Take a deep breath. Exhale. And again. Exhale. And slowly release. If you have your closed eyes, you can open it. And this is it. We have short yoga break. I hope you have more energy now for your project, for your work. I wish you success and see you again later with the interview. Bye.
Hello guys, happy to see you on team interviews on Stable Diffusion Hackathon. And now we have the first team. Today we'll not have so much. Happy to see you on team interviews on Stable Diffusion Hackathon.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, it was from my side, sorry.
Okay.
Cool. So happy to see you here. Can you introduce yourself? Like tell what's the name of the team and also introduce your team members. It's very nice to see you first of all in one room. So on site, just tell us about your team.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the introduction. Hello to everyone. My name is Omid, and this is my friend Nico and Shabby. Yeah, we are the team artificial artists. Happy to be here as a part of the hackathon. And yeah, that's it from my side. Maybe my team members want to introduce themselves as well.
Yes, hi, it's my first time here at the Stable Diffusion Hackathon, and I'm participating as a UX designer.
Also my first time here. I'm a full stack developer, but I think AI is really cool and I want to learn more about it.
Yeah, so also from the rules side, yeah, I'm the data scientist. Yeah, so in the team. Yeah, so I forgot about that part.
You already mentioned your background, so you have like really diverse team, I'd say, in terms of like background, in terms of knowledge and skills. And how did you find each other? Are you a team in real life? Do you have some kind of project also, or you just like find a team like with your friends and start building only with hackathon?
Yeah, so we are based in Vienna, yeah, and there is like a very nice startup community here where you can connect with people and find people who are interested in startups and building new things in general, and we know each other from such events which are organized here. That's basically how we know each other and teamed up, and we have tried to form a team which we from different backgrounds to be complementary to each other. Yeah, that's the main idea.
And is it your first Lab hackathon?
Sorry.
Is it your first Lab hackathon, or you also was
Yes,
participating?
in with the lab. Yeah, this is our first time participating in one of your hackathons. Yes.
That's
Great.
okay.
But in total, is it your first hackathon, not with Lab? Maybe with another one?
With lab. No. With lab. Yes, this is our first time. Yeah, but
in general, I mean.
No, but other than sorry.
We actually just did another one yesterday.
Yeah, we were in another hackathon. So not from LabLab, but from another company. Yeah, yesterday. So this is not our first time participating in hackathons in general, but from LabLab, yes, this is the first time. Yes.
Great.
Okay. I guess it's time to discuss the idea.
Yes. Yeah. Lito, do you have some questions relating to idea? Maybe let's from your idea. You will share your idea and then we will discuss it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So the idea that we are working on is that we would like to connect with an API to Instagram, and you get images from a profile of a person, and based on these images we would like to generate new images. Yeah, so based on a prompt that you can give, for example, if there is if this is like a personal private Instagram account, then there is like, for example, a lot of faces from a person in this account, and you can generate, for example, avatars, or for example generate new scenarios out of this person, maybe within different clothes, in different environments, different landscapes, or things like this. Yeah, so this is the main idea that we are working on.
Mm-hmm. That sounds very interesting, actually, and very original. So how did you come up with this idea, like the final idea?
Yeah, well, right now, I think in social media, you see people who are like trying out different ways that they can try out the generative AI. It's like becoming a hype right now. People are talking about it. There are some tools out there where people use them randomly, different locations and different, locations in terms of websites. Yeah. And they just it's interesting for them maybe to generate avatars for themselves. You always have these people like photoshopping themselves on other places on different places. Yeah, so you can facilitate this. Yeah, so it's coming from I think this observation of ours.
Great, sounds great.
Yeah.
Do you plan it to make, I mean, like technically more realization, do you plan to make it as an extension to Instagram or a separate app when you will have like users and they can connect somehow their Instagram and create art there?
I think the first plan would be to just create an API. Yeah, so you can just connect your authentications probably from Instagram or even a public pages that you can connect it, and in the end you give it a prompt, and then out of this prompt you get an image. Yeah, so just API. Yeah, and in the end you can yeah, based on what we see as a proper next move. Yeah, then we can maybe create a web application out of this, or like a mobile application out of this. Yeah, so that is the idea. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's very cool, especially for the start. And I want to ask, since you have very different background of your team, so your team like very diverse, and I want to ask, how did you decide to divide the responsibilities inside of the team during these 48 hours? Who is responsible for what?
So I think based on the backgrounds, it's not quite difficult task. Yeah. So we have the designer here, and then we have the developer here, and for me it's more to the data ML part, ML machine learning modeling part. Yeah. So the tasks are I would say pretty clear from the background. Yeah, and then I think because it's also a design hackathon, most of the ideas come from Shabnam, the designer. Yeah, and then we are mostly the probably the implementers of the coding part. Yeah, so and Nico here, he will be mostly working with the development part of application side, and then for me the machine learning development side. Yeah, so it's probably a clear choice based on the backgrounds.
Okay, so you find a perfect match, like
Yeah.
with requirements, what you need to build and the shelters you have. Yes,
Yes,
did you have?
yes.
No.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, would be great. Yes, yeah, from my side, I was just like, I would appreciate if we can just maybe have a some help from the mentors in the further steps down the line to see if we can find a solution about what we want to do. Yeah.
Sure. And basically, I have my favorite question, and I see that we'll have next team is prepared for the interview, and I want to ask like my favorite one, and then maybe girls want to add something.
Yes, I know this question.
Everybody loves this question.
I wanted to ask it, but
If you want to take
no, I know that it's your favorite question, so let's do it.
I'm just interested, like, what inspired you in AI the most, and maybe regarding the topic of the hackathon, how do you see the future and maybe applicability of stable diffusion technology for for digital products today? But mainly, yeah, what made you like come here and build with the newest technology we have in the market in terms of image generation, and like what actually inspired you to be here and build with AI?
So personally, from my side, of course, my teammates, I'm doing the talk here all the time. Yeah. So stop me if you also want to answer. Yeah. But in any case, from my side, I think it comes from Hollywood movies in the childhood where you have always like AI helping the character of the movie, and then giving them automating their lives, helping them all the time. This is the inspiring part for me to make it a reality in my lifetime. Yeah. And what I find, yeah, where do I see the future? Yeah, so for example, right now, as we have been talking together, yeah, a lot of coding, for example, that we do is facilitated by AI. I'm a researcher. I'm doing my PhD right now, and then, for example, for my writing, for my research, there is a lot of AI coming from the text side of things. Yeah, so these are the helps that we also get right now in this sense. And in the future, I see this help becoming more and more. Yeah, so if right now you are getting a 40% help in your coding, in the future this might be 85%, 90%, something like this. So the more in the future there will be more in, let's say, most of the job done maybe by the computers. There are tiny needy details that is probably done by us. Yeah, so by the human. This is how I see the future from my point of view. If you guys also want to have something to add on the top, yeah, please go on.
For me as a designer, so design is really something which I related to handcraft. It was always like in the past you did it all by hand, and that was the art that came out from the human. And combining this now or translating it into digital and also using the new artificial intelligence technology is really magic to me. And I would love to see how AI in art and design really develops. I had first struggles to understand what stable diffusion actually is, but yeah, it's really interesting to see how broad also the topic is.
For me as a developer, I think as a developer, right, I like to experiment and to try out things. And right, programming, it's like it's a playground and you can do whatever, you can play around. And I think AI is just a new toy to play with, and it's really exciting and really cool and really fun.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for your answer, especially I like this opinion that AI is a good toy for developers. Yeah. That's very cool. And have you actually tried Codex maybe for you, or Copilot from GitHub?
Yes,
Yeah.
this is already what we are working
Like
on. Yes, that's all. That's already in use case for us. Yeah, probably not. Maybe I would say for the development part, it helps more than the data science part, because data science is not a lot of coding. I would say it's more like what you want to go for. But if you want to do development work, then it's much more helpful, I would say. Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah, I guess we can finish and invite the next.
yeah, guys, if you girls, if you have more questions, feel free to ask now.
Yeah, so we have project specific questions. Should we ask them right now that we are talking, or do we leave this after the session?
Is it the question for like tech related question for mentors
Yes.
more?
Yes.
So let's talk about it after the
Please
interview.
tag in your channel, your team channel. We want for a mentor opinion, and some of our mentors will jump to the channel and help you.
Just tag mentors, yeah, and they will see that you need help.
Yeah, I
Cool.
think I already done. I mean, I haven't used the tag, yeah, but I think I've already written something in the
You can also try to. I can suggest you Erwin. Try to tag Erwin, and he will help you for sure with the technical questions.
Or Lita actually can also help you. Lita is here on the call, so she knows that you need help, and she definitely will jump on the chat.
Yeah, we will definitely reach out to you. Thanks for saying.
Okay. That would be great. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. What do we have next team in open voice channel?
Moment, we are live now? No. Okay, one.
Let's have a short break and we'll be
Can you
coming
check
back with the next team.
third one?
No, I can't stay away from it. So yeah, here I am.
No, it's really cool to see you here again.
Okay,
So,
Lita, just quick introduction. It's the guy that was the winner from the previous hackathon.
yes, from Transformers.
Transforming hackathon. Yeah.
Great to have you here again.
And
Thank
Nino
you.
also she's from winning team from Whisper Hackathon, blue team. We have all
Two winners.
two winners, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Mira,
thank you. Не знаю, а мне треба... because I have to do it slowly, because I have to answer the things.
look at the camera.
Now I'm ready. Okay, we can start.
Okay, so yeah, our project. Oh, sorry.
Hello. First of all, hi. Yeah, guys, very happy to have the next team here, and we was surprised that it's actually the winner of the previous Transforming Hackathon. So happy to have you here again. Can you please introduce your team, introduce yourself, and tell us in a few words why did you decide to go once more for the hackathon?
Yeah, so I'm here with my mentor, Farid. Unfortunately, he couldn't attend the interview today. But yeah, so I'll be working with him for this this hackathon. Our team name is Team Fast Path, and essentially, our project idea is to sort of streamline the process for creating videos for using Stable Diffusion. And so the reason why we wanted to do that is so we were using a notebook to create Stable Diffusion videos, but it's really hard to interact with it to really use it. So we wanted to streamline the process and make it so easy that even kids could write could use it to make stories and add sound to it, as well as text prompts. So yeah, the use case for this is if you're in advertising, you want to make a video, you can make a video. If you're a kid who wants to write stories, you can write out prompts as well as descriptions of the scenes. So yeah, it's essentially a user interface that is supposed to make it super easy for you to create videos.
That's great.
Sounds great. Yeah. Sounds very great.
Lindsay, you wanted to ask something? Or
Yes. So how did you come up with this idea? Because it sounds very original and very nice. Yeah.
So originally, I had the idea to make something called director's cut. So if you're new to the film industry, as a director, and you have an idea for a movie, but you have to write out a bunch of storyboards with scenes so that you can tell people what your idea is. You can communicate to them what it is that you want to film and what the vibe of the scene is, and that can be really hard to do with a very low budget. But with Stable Diffusion, you can do that. So yeah, the original plan for that was just to make it easy for them to use and to make a video to show people what their idea for a movie was or whatever it is. And then my mentor came up with the idea that it should be so easy that even children could write stories, and they should be able to write children's stories for other children. And that sort of solidified when we were trying to use the Stable Diffusion notebooks that are preset with those models. So essentially, we found it very hard to use because you change one frame and then it'll re-render the whole video. So rather than re-rendering the whole video, you only need to re-render the frames that have changed in that video. So yeah, we wanted to streamline that process and just make it super easy for anyone to actually interact with Stable Diffusion. And there's another website called Dream Studio, which sort of does a similar thing. It doesn't do videos, but it's made the interface very nice to use.
Unfortunately, it's also a paid version. Yeah. So it stemmed from the fact that it's hard to create videos and the things that you want to make in a very easy and friendly user interface way.
That's great.
It's very nice, and it's like I see the same approach as from previous project from the Transforming Hackathon. So you found very specific problem, specific pain point to cover with AI, and it's very good that you use AI actually for covering. And I want to ask which challenges you had already faced during like working on this project, because it sounds very complex, and maybe you already faced with some maybe technical even challenges.
Yeah, actually, one of the kind of embarrassing technical challenges I faced was we're trying to customize the user interface. So I'm using just no framework templates. I'm using pure HTML and JavaScript to code the user interface. And so one of the examples provided by LabLab AI was with the JavaScript example. And I was getting an error using that JavaScript example, and so I had to ask how to actually do it in the chat. And I got that answered by a mentor, so that's great. I would say the hardest challenge with this is figuring out what exactly is important for the user. And I think that's a very common front-end development problem, like how much do you actually show to the user. So in my mind, I figure there's two levels to it. Like you have a very simplistic level that kids can use, where you don't really provide much information on how the backend is working. And then you have advanced options. So if someone who's more experienced with Stable Diffusion and video production, then they can go into those advanced options and tweak the settings and obtain a video that's more to what they have in mind, rather than just accepting whatever is given, whatever Stable Diffusion spits out. So, yeah.
Okay.
But I have a question. Who is your main user for this technology?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a great question. I think so. I think there's two main audiences. One, like we'll have two levels to it. One is that the user interface is so simple that a child can use it. So that was our main focus. But we wanted to add that's our main audience. But we wanted to add an additional level for users who want to add a bit more detail, who want to tweak the settings. And so that'll be available in advanced options. And the main audience for those people would, I'd say, like, maybe advertising agencies. I don't know how good the quality of the videos are so far. We've only done like samples of children's stories, and so I don't know how good the quality would be for advertising. But yeah, maybe advertising, maybe movie producers. I don't know. I think anybody who wants to make videos for whatever reason and doesn't quite have the artistic skill to do that, like me, would benefit from this.
Okay, great. It sounds like very applicable, the project you made. And probably the last question from my side, maybe girls want to add something, is what inspired you, especially in Stable Diffusion as a technology? So what made you come here and start building with it? And like, how do you see the potential of this technology for development and maybe for other sectors?
Yes, and I wanted to add, is it your first experience with Stability AI?
Yeah, it's my first. I didn't quite hear the last part. Did you say first experience with Stable Diffusion or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it is my first experience with Stable Diffusion. I mean, I knew about it from in a very shallow way, but yeah, I've never really worked with it before. And I'm forgetting the other question now, which was sorry, what was the other question?
Yes, what inspired you?
In Stable Diffusion and the potential you see in the technology.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. So, I mean, Stable Diffusion, whenever you see it, there's always that sense of, wow, did the computer really make this? And sometimes the results can be not spectacular, but I think it can provide a sort of way for people to express themselves, a way for people to make things that they want to make. And at not, I feel like one of the other things is maybe Stable Diffusion takes away from real art, but I don't think that's the case, because in a similar way we had photographs, but we still have artists who are still painting, and the value of their art is way more than a photograph. And in the same way, Stable Diffusion might be in the same vein as that. But yeah, so like photographs, they add to they allow people to capture moments. So it's just adding to that space. So Stable Diffusion to me would be allowing people to express themselves, and to create artistic things that they otherwise would not have the artistic talent to create, and to create a story where maybe viewing the Stable Diffusion generated photos would create some sort of like positive feedback loop for your imagination. But like you'll write a prompt, see the photo, and see, oh yeah, so maybe I could take it in this direction. So in a way, I feel like it complement the creativity of the human mind. So yeah, I'd say it has so many potential applications there, and there's still a lot to do with Stable Diffusion. Like one of the key things that we're concerned with is our main audience is children, but with Stable Diffusion, there is that element of safety in that, even though it's given a prompt that might be not so sanitary, then we don't want that. We don't want our children to be hurt by them. So yeah, I think there's still a lot of work to be done on Stable Diffusion, and also improving accuracy of it, and also making it safe. But yeah, I think it's amazing.
That's cool.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, thank you for joining us for the next hackathon also. And well, we are looking forward to see your submission.
I think it will be a great submission.
Yeah.
As premieres. Yeah,
Cool.
thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. And
See you.
yeah, if you need any help, you know what to do. Just tag us and we will jump and help you. Bye. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Hello, guys. Hello, guys. Nice to see you all here today. Can you please shortly introduce your team and also yourself and especially your background? And we'll be happy to hear from everybody of you.
Our team is SD for Fun, Stable Diffusion for Fun. Originally, it was created by Francisca. Francisca is Beretta here. He can tell us about the name.
Actually, the name was supposed to be changed in the meantime, but I think that we kept the name, right? We'll go with it to the end. But the main thing was that first we were discussing me, Anna, and Coloni about having fun at the hackathon. Not as much running for the prize or everything, but just diving into Stable Diffusion and trying to learn the best we can. And that's why the name is called the name of the team is called Stable Diffusion for Fun. My name is Francisco. I'm a computer software engineer and a multimedia artist. I've been working with multimedia installations like projection mapping and interactive installations for the last 10 years or so. And for the last couple of months, I've been doing some experiments on artificial intelligence, mainly machine learning models like Stable Diffusion and StyleGANs, in order to generate interactive environments. And yeah, that's it. For me, just a quick introduction. I'll let my colleagues speak a little bit as well. Nice to meet you all.
I was intended to participate solo, but at some point I decided that one of the most important part of hackathon is networking. So I decided to write Francisco and just suggest to join our teams, to unite our teams. That's how we met. And after that, we were trying to find more team members and create some cool team. And about a little bit about myself, I'm Anastasia. I'm data scientist. I recently graduated. Now I'm currently enrolled in Trent University machine learning program. So the artificial intelligence itself is really interesting for me, and I'm really happy for target advertisement in Instagram for this hackathon. So I found this hackathon and now I'm here and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Maybe other teammates. Yes, cool. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
No worries. So I'm Kat. I'm a computer science student, but I also work in a lab. I actually work in something that has nothing to do with Stable Diffusion. I work in a clinical data science lab. So I spend most of my day using AI and machine learning to work for patients. But I wanted to broaden my horizon and do something a bit more creative, I could say. So yeah, that's why I'm participating in this hackathon.
Very cool. Thanks. Yeah, and we have other teammates to share. Yes.
Yeah, so I'm Kuluni. I'm from Sri Lanka. I have I'm coming from two different background. I did my bachelor's in 2000. I completed my bachelor's in 2015 on creative multimedia, and then I also have a master's in marketing. And I currently have 7 years of experience in advertising industry. And initially, I worked as an art director because due to my multimedia background. So Stable Diffusion, art direction, graphic designing, even 3D environments, and this is one of my passions. And yeah, so I'm really interested about metaverse and how it can impact marketing and the consumer behavior and everything. So I'm here because of my enthusiasm, and I'm the continuous learner. I love to learn new things, especially right now because I want to transition from Web 2.0 to Web 3. I joined a company as a Web 3.0 project manager, and I'm handling projects that including NFT marketplaces and all. Yeah, so NFT, metaverse, Stable Diffusion are one of my core like things I'm very passionate about. That's about me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And do we have somebody last who also wants to share about their experience? Yeah, feel free to just start talking.
But we can hear you. Can you switch on the microphone?
Sorry, are you talking to me now, right?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think the last one. I actually currently working as a like sort of a data engineer in NLP field. And I but it's yeah, I mean I'm interested in this stable diffusion stuff. Because currently I'm like working on a public project on a DNA biology stuff. So it's quite, I mean, relevant to this thing. So yeah, I'm just trying to learn some things. Yeah.
It's very cool. You have very different teams, so
Yes.
really different. Mostly it's engineering, I see, but also social media. So we have very good backgrounds. Guess and where are you located? Because I see that somebody has mentioned that you have members from Sri Lanka, right? And maybe you can mention some other countries. It seems to me that you have like very very great geography in your team.
Francisco is from Brazil, and I UK, right?
I'm from Ukraine. I moved to Canada, so now I'm based in Canada.
Okay.
I'm from Thailand, but I live in the Netherlands right now.
Wow. As I saw, it's very, very different. Cool, guys. Sorry, I'm only me asking questions. Okay,
No,
let's
it's
see.
okay. Yeah, your team is really, really cool, and all of you have different time zone. As I know, in Canada now, it's morning. It's about 8-9 p.m. Yes. Yes. In Europe is already evening. So guys, it's a hard work really, especially to work together and to have different time zone. Yeah, it's amazing to have some kind of experience. So, as we talked already previously, you have 2 ideas. You can share those ideas again for our
audience.
Yes,
Watching us.
Yes, and we will discuss them again.
Maybe you already chose the one.
Yes.
It's very cool to share.
I'll just go with the general idea. Maybe Francesco can go with the more detailed idea. So we decided to go on our criminal portraits idea, but we wanted to basically what we like to do is if a victim has to describe a perpetrator, that we can give them a bunch of prompts and be like, okay, so what kind of detail can you tell about this perpetrator? What kind of eyes do they have, their hair or facial characteristics? And then basically using Stable Diffusion to give a portrait that is as close as reality as possible to make it easier to catch the perpetrator. But we tried to do this by being careful with ethical questions and also with the time limits to be able to make it with an interface where you could basically click and choose what would match the best description to the perpetrator. But Francesco can explain further.
I think you did a nice job explaining it, but our main concern was regarding the bias of the database, because we've run some tests like mugshot of a criminal man, and of course there's a racial base bias on that database. So one way of getting around that bias is like
showing the user a lot of a series of questions and prompts that he must answer, and they're not open prompts. So there's like a drop down list when you select the race and the gender and the height. So then our system will be able to concatenate those parameters into a prompt and ask Stable Diffusion to generate the image. Then once the image is generated, I mean, the MVP would be having this series of questions that a police officer could answer in order to generate the image. This is the MVP. But ideally, we would like to accept with the text prompt that will be generated from these answers, a sketch. So a police officer draws a sketch, so you can upload the sketch and answer the questions, in Stable Diffusion will work on top of the image and the text as well to generate a more accurate outcome. And we could also have an iterative approach in which you can answer those questions, and then you be given an image, and then or a couple of images, like 4 or 5, and you could select the image that is most likely to be closer to the person you're trying to describe, and then we'll run again Stable Diffusion, having that image as an input again. So we can run it many times as needed until you reach an image that you find that somehow describes more accurately the person you're trying to describe. So in general terms, this will be the way the system would work. And but we're really concerned about the bias of the database, so we might need to run a few tests in order to make sure that it won't be like reinforcing those prejudices that we already see in society, and taking, I mean, being really careful with that aspect of the solution as well.
Sounds very interesting. Yeah, sounds great. But I can see that you are a large team, and I've already participated in a previous Lab hackathon, and I was also in a big team. So I would like to hear what are the challenges you face as a big group of people.
I would say that the biggest challenge was to get a team, because we don't know each other, and first, me and Kaluni, we've messaged everyone, like thousands of people, in order to try to find someone. And then Anna found the team online, and she messaged me, so 3 of us. And then we started scraping the log of the conversations, trying to find anyone else interested. But by the end, I think that we have like a really solid team. Anna is doing a really nice job leading us, and Kathy came up with this amazing idea, and we're trying to collaborate on top of what each other is doing. So even though we are all in different time zones, I think that this might be the real challenge. Like we came up with a Trello board in order to get the tasks listed and then assigned to each one of us, so we can work like together but separately. And then at the end, I hope that we can manage to put it all together in one nice solution.
Awesome, thanks.
How do you like idea to develop your team and to develop your work to continue in future after the hackathon? What do you think? Is it possible?
I think that it's a great opportunity for all of us, and I've participated a lot in a lot of hackathons. I've never had such organized team before, so it's a great to meet the right people, and it's important to keep in touch in the future. So I'm pretty sure we will all keep in touch and continue working. And also, it's important when you're trying to make a team to find people with different skills, because I know that the hackathon is tech oriented, but it's really important to have in the team such person as Kaluni, who is marketing oriented, and she knows how to make a great presentation. It's important. Yeah, so it's important to have like the diversity. So yeah, I think that our team is great.
Yeah, that's true. Peter, do you have some questions?
Everything was perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I guess we're ready to move to the next team.
Yes.
Cool. Thank you guys, and continue working. If you need any help, you know that you can write to us.
Feel free to tag our mentors.
And again, we are looking forward really to see your submissions in 48 hours. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, hello, can you tell us your name and how did you find out about this hackathon?
Hi there, I'm actually Cleona Chibike. You can call me Cleona or Chi in short. So I found out this hackathon by accident, I guess. Just have been scrolling through some of the AI and other hackathons information, and this pop up as an ad in Instagram. And yeah, and I'm right here with you.
Thank you. So, have you been to any previous hackathons from LabLab AI, or just in general some previous hackathons?
No, this is actually my first experience with LabLab AI, but I've been to like some of the other hackathons hosted by the other organizers. Yeah.
Great, that's awesome. So, how are you finding this hackathon so far?
So far, I think that this has been quite rushing, or we should say like productive in other words, because like on the first day, I remember that we are still like forming teammates while we have to get online and watch the stream, and many people are still not on board, but we just start and then we just directly sketch out our ideas and we do the data collection and all those things on the same day. Well, in my group, well, besides me, there are actually also like Rushiraj and also Daniela. And actually, over here, Rushiraj is joining us right now. And we have been on the stage where we want to like have all our ideas on our initial stage right now.
Great. Can I ask you to turn on your camera, if it's possible?
Okay. And yes, Lito, do you have like another question while waiting for Rushiraj?
Yes, we would like a small introduction from your teammate, if that's possible, to introduce himself.
Oh, sure thing.
Am I audible now?
Oh, yes. Hello, hello.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hi. So I'm Rishi Raj. I'm basically from India. I work as a data scientist at a data science consultancy. So I've been working for a year and a half, almost a year, and my background is in computer engineering. So my whole everything is in computer engineering, and my focus has always been in AI field only. So yeah, that's how I have been into AI. And why I joined this particular hackathon, this is my first hackathon for like the thing, but why I got interested into it, because last month I had been working on Stable Diffusion only for my client. So I have complete understanding of why Stable Diffusion and how to use it. So that's one thing. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Can you like walk us through the process of finding your final idea?
Sure.
Found it yet? Oh, or Rush, you want to say something about it?
Sorry. I'll just
Yes, actually, it's okay. I'm gonna talk about it right here. So we have been just planning out about how we want to start all those things. So we know that we are gonna have like many of those ideas, but in terms of whether we can work them out, it has always been a challenge. So just now we have been having a meeting about how we want to do all those things. So like right now in hand we have like 2 to 3 ideas, but we haven't finalized it yet. But I'm happy to say that all these ideas, they have the same way of providing this mental health wellness for our users, just that they are using different ways to achieve the same goal. Yeah, so we wouldn't go far. So we know that we want to achieve this thing, but either we want to use like, let's say whether it's Streamlit or Figma to have the app interface. It depends on like what our teams can do and integrate at the end. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. And can you introduce shortly to all of this idea, just like in a few sentences?
Shall I share the
Sure
screen? We
thing.
have jotted down a
Mhm.
few bits of it. That would be a bit better.
Yes.
Oh, dude. Uh, my MacBook isn't allowing Discord to. So, Cleona, can you just share your screen? That would be easier, I think.
Okay.
Just
So
just the Notion page, ideas, proposal, and just go to the find user candidates. Just the UI UX we added.
okay. So it is still very chaotic, and as we can see that right now we know that the features, maybe we are gonna be adding some of the sensors, but if we don't have the sensors, we are gonna use some of the apps related. And then for the stable diffusion, it is going to help in terms of how it generates some of the pictures that are psychologically helping us, because in some of the psychological like readings and from our data collection that we are not showing right here is actually all about how we want to integrate some of the calming colors, which means like yellow, pink, baby blue, and involving some of the warm lights so that the people who can immediately see the images would actually feel more calm and less anxious. Yeah.
Sounds
So
great. Very
this is
interesting. Yeah.
yeah.
I can see that one of your teammates has also joined us. Would they like to introduce themselves? Oh, okay, I see. Awesome.
Yeah.
Keep going then. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for introduction. Yeah, thanks. And I just want to ask, you working in two, yes? Like you and those guys that stay with us.
Walking into what? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean that you have. Do you have any other teammates?
Yes, we actually do have like two other teammates, and also like the rest of the teammates, we can't find them. So unfortunately for the teammates that like we already tag and try to contact, but this is the challenge that we always face for online hackathon. But it's okay.
Yes, it's true.
Eventually, we would we would meet the ones who are actually replying us and joining us till the end. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great because Yuri is really good, and I think yes, it's good to have more people to help you to develop this idea, and I think we have to move to our stage with our mentor speakers, and I have the last one question to you. How do you like the stable diffusion technology, and how, in your opinion, how the future will look like for stable diffusion?
Okay, so Rush, if you want to answer, just stop me anytime. Right now, I think that looking at stable diffusion, I see a light in the dark night. And why I use that metaphor is because when it comes to AI generation, I see that many big companies and big brands have actually been telling us that each integration needs much money to actually help them buy or like have the latest or updated features, etc. But stable diffusion actually just break all of the rules, and I still remember how the news came out, and then the other companies, I don't want to mention their names, just started getting panic, and I can see the panic from how they suddenly just shift to say that, oh, we have this AI to video generation, we have this AI to 3D model generation, and we want you to test it out. And just suddenly sending all these developers and 3D designers and engineers about all these emails. So I know that they are in a panic when they see that like stable diffusion is going open source. And So right now, when we are having this open source thing, the best thing about it is that the community is huge. So we are fixing all the bugs and we are adding in all the features in a very, very fast way. So in that sense, I can see how Stable Diffusion is gonna actually accelerate many fields. And the way we name our team Accelerate Mental Health Engineering is also how we see that Stable Diffusion is not just capable of generating images, actually generating images that could actually impact many different industries and possibly even saving lives in certain industries when it is actually mature enough. Because in healthcare industry and healthcare engineering, let us imagine that Stable Diffusion can like shorten the time that we generate some of the concept sketches for medical devices, or maybe like generate images that I have proposed in my team just now about like the colors that can be used in treatments. Is gonna basically like save a lot of lives, and we are talking about like how people who are suffering would not be like suffering because of this technology. Yeah, and this is how we see it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Great. Lito, do you have one also questions?
That was awesome. Thank you. Just one small question. Are you looking forward to moving on with the project further after the hackathon?
It would be awesome.
Yes, actually. Well, Rush, you may answer it.
Sure. I'll start with a proposal. So that may just give you a better idea of what it is. Is my screen visible now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Yes.
That's right. So what
Yeah, we can see.
is so this is how our thing is. So we are basically doing it through the scenario is one of these application. It is not confirmed yet. We haven't even talked much about it, but this is our current brainstorming, right? So what one of our idea is to just use this application, use Stable Diffusion to create images that sort of influence your mood, influence and improve your mood during your work, during your daily life. How do you do that? So say say you are working in your firm, work from office, and you have a desk, and on that desk there is a picture that is in your field of vision, and that picture will be a digital photograph, right? That always be in your field of vision, but things like that do alter your mood. They do alter your mood and just keep on changing things, right? So what we are doing is ask as soon as they log in their days, we ask them what are their current moods. So it could start with happy, good, great, good, okay, bad, awful, right? And the next one would be why do they feel that way. So uh, open up. Is it visible?
Yes.
So
Yes,
the next
yes. You
question
may
would
continue.
the next questions would be why do you feel that way, family, relationship, these kind of questions. And the next would be feeling anything else, right? These kind of questions. And the thing is what we're trying to achieve through it, so these are basically screenshots from a meditation application. So that's where the initial inspiration is coming from, but we're integrating with their updated calendar. So does that mean? So updated calendar, your daily life could have a client meet, your manager meet, where you show up your daily goals and achievements throughout the day. It could be a colleague meet, it could be a fun activity, or it could be a focus time where you just do your thing, right? Now use all of this information to keep updating the image inside the digital photo frame on their desk, which is in their field of vision. So the image will be altered using the concept of prompt engineering that is prominent in DALI, right? They have this prompt engineering. So it could be some. So if they're if they're feeling so like anxious, so they and if the medical theory of the mental health theory says that anxiety can be relieved with yellow color images, so why not show them sunset, right? So such kind of things can just if it can improve even by a little 5%, that this would be a enormous task, right? So that of tasks that we know are using these metrics to suggest or recommend a text. Now, what do I mean by that is, so the initial parameters that we have would be good, great, okay, and all the combination of all of this, what what sort of image would that be suggesting, right? And we just need a text recommendation engine. That would be one thing. I haven't decided on that whether to use it or not, but that's one thing. And then easy task would be to just passing the image to a stable diffusion model code, and the relatively easier task is using that as an application towards using a streamlit application. That's the current idea. Yeah, that's
Great.
yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing. Really, your idea is really great, and we wish you all success to develop it. And we are looking forward to see your submission. So yeah, guys, it was really good, and feel free to ask our mentors, to ask our development team to help you. If you need any help, feel free to ask us. And yeah, thank you for being with us today, and see you later.
Thank you both.
Yes,
Good
thank you
luck.
so much. We will have now speech interview with our good speaker, and yeah, jump to our Twitch channel, and definitely you need to see it. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
We hope to proceed. We hope to proceed after this hackathon as well. And thank you very much. With love. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you very
Hello guys, we are happy to back to you with amazing speaker for this hackathon. I hope you enjoyed our participants' interviews with the teams, and now we will have extremely, I'd say, interesting and lecture from Martix Narod, and who is AI researchers, XR prototyper, poet, and performer. And I hope he'll explain us what does mean XR prototyper. I faced the first time with this word, actually, and I hope he will introduce himself now before starting the talk, and we'll know more about your experience. As far as I know, it's really great. So you had extremely good experience in art, especially in AI art. And I hope this talk will be very, very useful for you guys. And In case you have some questions, feel free to ask them in the chat, and me or Kuba will be also very happy to ask them. So Martix, the stage is yours. Feel free to start the lecture.
Super. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for invitation. So I'm Martix Nawrot. I'm a part of artistic queer duo called Eternal Engine, and we are combined research, audiovisual research practice and prototypes of virtuality, which explore the performativity of virtual spaces and intermedium anomalies. In our practice, we use speculation and queer methodologies to actually investigate the future of technology, but in quantum queer reality. We use the theory of Karen Barat. She is feminist and she's feminist and quantum physician. And according to her theory, that the queerness is the quantum is actually queerness, non-binary state belong to the queer world. So actually our reality is the queer. So we speculate about this in our works, and we use a tool as AI, as 3D to create our speculative narration. It's sometimes it's video, sometimes video art, sometimes is XR, sometimes is actually also real space, which I show you our last work in this talk when we use the neural network methodology. So maybe let's go to screen. I don't know that my screen is visible. Okay, so it's our actually trace of our mind, welcome here. So maybe let's start with our last project. It's called Enter the Chamber. It was a real space exhibition. Maybe I will do like that. Okay, will be better. Okay, and here is the Polish gaming Scorpio chair, and it's created for the exhibition in Poznań in Skala. It was our solo exhibition, and this object is created because we found in our research that this texture, what this photo have, this chair have, it's really similar for the output of the first neural networks. Actually, I don't know, do you remember Deep Dream, in 2016 or something like that? It's the first neural networks. This, all this pattern was actually really psychedelic, and also the texture of our Polish rooms of our grandma or our homes was similar to that. So we combined this psychedelic reality of 90s from Poland, and we compare it to the beginning of the neural networks. So yeah, that's chair. And all exhibition was about actually about somehow dream, somehow speculation about mixed reality in Poland, in 90s, how it can be that if the technology what we use right now become earlier or something like that. But also we combined it with some quantum theory that our realities are matching, two realities can just exist together in one place. Yeah, and to create, for example, this what you see here, wallpaper, we use Deep Dream generator, this old neural network, and here also was somehow wallpaper. this is the view of full other side of exhibition, and there was also a VR. Inside VR was our VR chat space where we put the chamber of Polish government that you can queer actually in virtuality the Polish chamber and be you can be inside a psychedelic queer elf. Yeah, and here again is our Scorpio chair. Here is a calendar which we create also with neural networks. And yeah, that's out there. And also the video which was on the exhibition, we create, I will show you, together with neural network, because our methodology is like we are co-create works. Like me and Jagoda, she's my partner, we are co-create together. Every cooperator which join us, it is human or maybe it's not human, he's our cooperator. We do not use neural network as a tool, like we are using it like we co-work with them. And maybe let's see what we have here. So yeah, it's our video art and speculation about the future of television, about actually, and also a little bit critic work according to our right-wing government, because our government in Poland is totally right-wing, and even media are not so true, like they always change something, and sometimes the first text at the news like called like absurd. So we use neural network GPT-2 to create our own news based on this first text from right-wing media, and we was play like presenters. And our full video was made in Unreal Engine. We use this new technology called virtual production. So every green was cut in the real time. Like sorry, I don't have translation of this work, but it will be ready in next week. So we're gonna like have a little small premiere of English version. But yeah, you can see here. Also the textures what are here on 3D models are creating with neural networks. And we read the script which we co-create whenever. And also this pictures was created together with neural networks. And what we are doing right now, actually, because for us, like the tool, AI tool, AI co-creator is somehow, we have a theory that it can help, like we can dream through the AI our reality, the reality where we want to live, for example. Like yesterday in Poland was 11/11. It's like a national day, and a lot of right-wing people are going to the streets. And we prepare a special project for this occasion, which called Queer Reality. We are doing it on DALI, but because we have some free credits or something like that, but we want to develop it on Stable Diffusion, because we are also against right now the politics of this company. So like it's and okay, so this is the Queer Reality, and the Polish right-wing people are also queer and help us in our march, queer march. So yeah, this is somehow a queer polyamoric family on the village. Queer hooligans fighting for queer rights. Yeah, and here are my experiments also with neural networks that I like to put inside AI my real photos and changing the exist reality. And okay, here are my experiment from yesterday with Stable Diffusion. Actually, I'm like, I like to like make myself as an alien, as an xenofeminist creator. It's also part of our methodology to develop being a creator, being someone else, like being animal. And it becomes from my project, actually from study, when I first like try working with neural networks. And it's my project called Wojtek Nawrot, because I am non-binary person and I developed it like 2 years ago. And I use neural network to simply change my gender. And I change photos from my childhood. I use neural network to help me create speculative version of my own history. So neural network changed my gender on old family photos. So that's how everything begins. And I can like this. I can share also this our board, because there is a lot of useful links, and everyone can just check it by yourself. And maybe I wanna read our manifest during this task, because we created last time, and I think this is the best opportunity to read it. Like it's like just few sentences. As tech becomes our second reality, we demand access to all kinds of technology for underprivileged queers from all around the world. Technocrats such as Google, Meta, Amazon introduce a techno-feudal system by pushing users away from knowledge, code, software, and hardware, locking it into devices that will eventually break down. Instead of one metaverse, a carbon copy of our capitalistic dystopia, we want an infinite number of miniverse, co-created by independent collectives with access to open source and the free flow of knowledge. We don't want bionic Boston robot dogs and AI that recognize the faces of protesters in Hong Kong. We want robots cleaning litter, beaches, and rivers poisoned with toxins. We dream of swarm of nanobots powered by neural networks that nutrish the Amazon rainforest. We want inclusive art and science for everyone at home with their friends. Yes, so it's our part of our manifest. That's why we like work with neural network, because we believe that it's somehow give more. It somehow give more inclusivity to the art world, which is super exclusive right now. But because of this neural network, I believe that it can change and everyone can create art. So that's my presentation. Like, I'm open to question, and I can share also our links.
Yeah, probably, Kuba, we do not hear you for some reasons, but well, Kuba, we do not hear you. Yeah,